Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Today, we're going to be doing something a little bit different, at least for a little while today. We are starting with my childhood favorite game. So that said, we're actually in the middle of one of the games that I created when I was probably like, let's see, this would probably be when I was like 11 or 12. And there's some pretty cool things here. And most people don't know this, but Little Big Planet was actually like a game engine. Obviously with like limitations and stuff, but it really did have a ton of like cool functionality. So Little Big Planet was normally just a platforming game. You didn't really have a lot of like menus or anything like that, and you'd run and jump around. And it was pretty cool. Like it was a fun little thing. But when I was younger, I really took it to another level, and this was kind of like one of the games I developed. You could enter in and out of buildings and things like this, so it was kind of like a new thing that I was doing. And then I also made an entire menu system as well. So in here, like we had a whole menu system laid out for this There were skill trees that you could go into, that you could invest points into. I went ahead and I put some points on the map so that way I could use it. I had it so you could change armor depending on whatever armor you wanted. So we can just like pick this armor for now. It's not going to show up until we get into combat though. And then I also made it so there was like quests that you could do. And it wasn't fully finished. I never did finish this when I was younger, but I had a whole battle system too. Let's see. Yeah, so there's no music or anything. I really struggled with that, but there was like this whole battle system that I made when I was really, really young. So as you can see, the armor popped up now. But yeah, I haven't touched this game in a very long time, and things are a little glitchy, but I've kind of this is the start to something new. So and it's a good nostalgia trip, and I think it's going to be something fun. But this is going to kind of get into the devlog side of things in regards to actually developing a game. I figured this would be kind of fun to break down and do, and bam, he's dead. There we go. But the difference between a game engine and what this can do is this operates off of pulses. And pulses basically just trigger events instead of actually having math or anything like that. You have to cater to the number of pulses, and I'll show what that does here in a second. But we can upgrade all of these skills that we have. There we go. So I just upgraded skills, but let's go to create mode real quick where we can take a look at all of this, and we can see what my 11-year-old mind was cooking up at the time. Yeah, it's taking a minute to load, but we'll get there. So everything you see right here, all of these microchips, all of this wiring and things like that, were all and it just goes on and on and on. Holy crap. But all of this was used to code the following gameplay you just saw. And it goes really far up, and this is kind of just like a really small little project. And man, 11-year-old me was kind of insane because I was building a rendering system. So what you'll see is that there are no other maps other than this one here and this stuff over here. And the reason is if you look to the left, the bar is almost full. That's how much room you have in a level for everything. And so let's discard the changes real quick just in case I touch something. But basically, as you entered outside the castle like this, it would delete the castle and spawn in a new piece of ground for you to walk on. Now, all this ground was designed and everything, by me. And so it was kind of fun to do when I was younger. But yeah, that's kind of where everything is. And let's return because I'll show you guys some of the other things that are created on here. There is so much to this. Like, we could be here for a while. Unfortunately, Little Big Planet 3 has been kind of like taken off the PlayStation Store, and you're not able to like play it really. But I literally titled this game Tribes of Titan. What is this? Oh, that's the land masses. But let's go to an empty world. I can kind of show you the things that I've made real quick just to give you a perspective. So a lot of this stuff was made kind of for the game that I was producing. Again, this is all childhood stuff. None of this was made recently. This was all made when I was younger. I don't even remember the controls here. Oop, that's pause mode. Oop, don't do that. Okay, it's not that. Nope, not that. I promise it does fly. Maybe it's triangle? I'm not sure. Oh wait, it's powering up. I have to hold R2 here. It's powering up. Hold on. Maybe. There we go. And then you could put the... This is so dumb. This is not my best creation, but it's cool nonetheless. And it'll come to a stop, maybe. But yeah, this is kind of funny. I'm sure Nico, if he's out there, remembers some of this stuff. Oh, that's gonna be golden. Okay, this was probably, where is it? It's in here somewhere. My best creation that I ever probably produced as just like a vehicle is actually, oh wait, here it is. This is probably my best vehicle creation on here. This was a plane that I made. Let me put it in that mode. I don't remember. I think it tells you the controls on the bottom. So, yep. Initiate flying sequence, missiles. So it had missiles. And then it had a hover mode too, which was pretty cool. And then it had just a machine gun. You're getting flashbacks, Nico? We used to play this all the time. Oh, jeez. Oh, I broke my accelerator. But you guys get the point. So what we're going to do real quick, I'm going to kind of break down a little bit of the project that we're going to have. Mic. Okay, you guys should be able to hear me now. Sorry about that. Basically, the point of this whole series is, I mean, we'll talk about kind of the short-term goal and then the long-term goal. The short-term goal is I have a creative itch right now, and so I need to scratch that itch. The other part of this, though, is, you know, maybe this gets some traction and then we can kind of put a little bit of hope in Sony to produce a Little Big Planet 4. Maybe. Do I think that's gonna happen? Probably not, but American dream. Okay, I don't understand why they would abandon such a thing. Oh my god, hold on, I got this. Speaking of which, let's go to PS5 cam. All right, so this right here, this is so funny. I forgot this is even here. So the red's me, the one on the left is Nico, and then that was our friend Kendrick from literally our childhood. That was Kendrick right there and Nico. So we took an avatar picture. That's kind of funny. But let's get into this. So let's just go to a blank world real quick, and we'll kind of break everything down. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to start with the player movement. And I already kind of planned out a little bit of how I want this to work. And also we got to get some tunes going here so it's kind of catchy, kind of fun. So let's put this bright block. Let's lower the opacity on the, or the brightness, I guess. And then let's go ahead and grab, honestly, let's just grab a timer. And we'll shrink this down to 1 second. And then we're going to grab, where is it here? I know I got the music somewhere. It's somewhere in here. That's community objects. I don't know if, oh, come on, it's got to be in here somewhere. I'll find it eventually. We'll have to put something on. Let's see, there's got to be music. Here we go. Not that one. We need the one. Yep, KJW boy. Where is the one? Come on, where is it? Nope. Nope. Where is it? God, here we go. This is one of them. Here we go. We got it. Oh, wait. Keep it going. Let's restart it. There we go. Okay, so we need to start with player movement, and player movement's going to be pretty easy to achieve. Oh, this is such a bop. All right, so, oh, do I keep going out of range of it? Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? Let's do this. Make that extra large. Okay. So, why does it keep stopping? Okay, I think I know why it keeps stopping. Well, we're just gonna have to live with it then. Every time I enter the menu. Battling music. Okay, didn't stop that time. Okay, so we need to start off with the control-nator. Let's turn on grid snap for just a moment. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a bop. Okay. So, we're gonna start off with the control-nator here. Goob the Retro Wii 101 said, "No way, LVP in 2025?" Yes, sir, we are back with it. That's so great. That's so crazy. I have to provide a little bit of a nostalgia trip for people every once in a while. So we're going to start with a microchip here. Let's grab this. This is going to be just our basic player movement. We're going to build this top down. I think that's going to be the best way to do this. So we're going to start with player control here. And we're also going to put a tag. So let's put this here. And this tag is going to be enter new label. Let's call it P underscore. Actually, we'll just call this one player. We'll do P underscore player, so that way it stays alphabetically. Okay. So we'll put that on. Player is always going to be green. That made me so happy that someone understands the nostalgia of this all. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a move tool. We're going to increase the functionality of this is going to be 100%. So let's place this here. Now, the movement microchip, the reason we're putting this here is because we need it to be... Actually, we need to split the directions of that. So, direction splitter. Holy, I thought that was dead. Might have to play it now. Yes, sir. It's not dead yet. I'm not letting it die yet. I'm gonna make them bring it back. So what we need to do... Actually, this is wrong. This is not the one that I want. We want to remove this. I think it should work just by plugging this into the top. So let's plug that into the top. And let's plug this into the side. Okay. Yep, it's replaying good. So we have movement now. And just to show you guys what this looks like in play mode, let's do this. Here we go. So in play mode, this is what we've got. We've got movement. Now we need to add directional movement here. So let's go ahead and, you know what I should do is that. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to add directional movement. And this is going to be done. Let's try a joystick rotator. I don't normally like to use these. From what I remember, they are pretty finicky. Okay. So we need to put this attached. How is this gonna work? Okay, that's working. It's a little finicky if you just tap it, though. So what we need to do is we need to track the player location and when it stops. So we'll battle that here in a second. I'm gonna have to keep resetting this, aren't I? Okay. So, to battle that, first let's hook up our up and down with that joystick. So now we should have directional control in each direction. And the next part that we're gonna add is we're actually gonna add another microchip to this because we're gonna want to disable the acceleration of this. We're also gonna crank that up to 100 and maybe slow down the speed to like 200. We'll check that out in a minute too. So on this microchip, we need to take an advanced rotator and we're just gonna literally crank up the deceleration and place it right on this block. And the reason we're doing that is I hope, in hopes that it will stop the crazy. So now it's not working. And that is because we need to do this. We need to take a NOT gate. We need to take an OR gate. And we're going to make it so that, oops, wrong button. Either one of these inputs, whether they are active, it will disable the freeze. So what this should do now is if I touch, say, it's not working. Okay. Oh wait, that's because I didn't hook up the last part. So now it should disable and lock on without any finicky kind of like movement in between. So let's do this now. We know that we can speed this up. I love that you guys are getting a kick out of this. So now we have good movement. Let's put it in a preview mode again real quick. Okay. So now we have this kind of movement and where it faces. So that's good. That's really good. Also, so you guys can kind of see a little bit better. Let's grab... Sure, paint tray will do. Let's go ahead and just make a little bit of like a platform. Let's make it kind of like this color. This looks like a blueprint. Hey, somebody look up how long this song is. I have an idea. Let's set this timer to repeat. How long is this song? 2 minutes, 55 seconds. 2 minutes, 55 seconds, huh? So, 2 minutes. 120, 55 seconds. We need 170-ish seconds to repeat this thing. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Crank this up. And we should have blast off. Okay, that's gonna work. It's gonna work. We gotta have jams. Okay, now we gotta set this back down to 0, though. Okay, that's automated. Music is automated. Okay, so now we can move just like this. We got the movement. Now the next part is... God, that is really annoying, though. Let's wonder if we could do it like this. Let's just have... Can we just have this play on repeat? Okay. I'm just gonna plug it in with a counter. Make it 1. And bam. Okay. Anyways. That might have been the best time in gaming, friend. Good. It literally was. Nothing compares to Little Big Planet. Little Big Planet 2 specifically was the best. So we've got basic up-down movement. And we'll put that on the terrain so we can see. Now we need to add functionality for jumping. And we're actually going to use a sequencer for this. And the reason we're using a sequencer is this is going to play every time we hit a button. But we need to set it up so the button can only be hit so often. So we're actually going to use a counter. And this counter is going to make it so we can only hit that button so often. Layer range. Let's do... Yeah, this is a controlnator. Okay. I was going to say. Disable pop-it controls. Yes. Okay. Start playing forwards. We want it to start and stop. Nope, we want it to start playing forwards. We'll figure out the speed here in a minute. But here's what's going to happen. We're going to want it to go for 1 second. I think maybe 2 layers should be enough. Move out twice. Nope. Move out once. Oh, wait. This isn't the advanced one. We want the advanced one. There we go. So let's make it move out there. Back layer. We'll set that to 5 is what I think we're on. Maybe 6, actually. I don't remember. We'll figure that out. We'll make it only have access to the first 3 layers. And we'll make it positional. Okay. Allow pushing. We'll say no. Okay. So whenever the person hits X, which is going to be our jump button, we need it to play. And then what we're going to do is go in here. So we have the movement up. Now we need the movement down. Actually, I'm doing this wrong. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. We're going to use this one because we only need to go up 1 space. So out once. We'll do a speed of 2.6 might be okay. We'll try that. Then we need... Oop. And let's do this real quick. And this is going to move down once. And... So now what should happen? And we only want it to be this big. We're also going to need to make this reset. And that's going to reset our jump button. So let's see how this feels real quick. Okay. It's a little slow. So that's where this is going to come in. So let's do this real quick. So we need to make this. Is this going to reset, though, is the question. Yes. It's not going to. Okay. So we need to use something else to reset it. What could we use? We just need something to output a signal when it's when it's finished. So let's put a battery. This is going to output a signal once the cursor hits it, and that's going to end it. Okay. That'll reset it. We'll name this sequencer. We're going to call it player underscore jump reset. Okay. So now we need to speed this up a little bit. All right. Let's see. Seconds per strip. Let's take it down to half a second and see how that feels real quick. Oops, killed myself. Okay, we can actually speed it up, but as you can see, actually, did that not work? Oh, I gotta stop doing that. Okay. Okay. So, doesn't look like this reset. So what we need to do is extend this. Okay. It's not working either. We actually, yeah, we just need it to output right there. And what is this? Oh, we want it to automatically reset once. So that's what's wrong. The sequencer is not resetting. Okay. Oh, keep doing that to myself. Let's do this too. See if it works. It's working. Okay, now we just gotta fine tune. I'm gonna set a button for this real quick. Just, oh, Jesus, can't do anything without music. It's not gonna work either. Okay, new invention, new invention. Every 0.1 second, just go ahead and fill her up. We've defeated it. We got it. We got it. Okay, it's gonna be playing forever now. So we have the jump. The jump is working. We need it to make. We need to make it faster though. So let's put this here. Let's shrink this down. Just make this play at a rate of. Let's try 0.3 real quick. Oh, geez. There we go. That's a smooth jump. That's a smooth jump. Our rotation works. It all works. Our jump works really well. It actually feels very responsive too. So now it's disabled whenever we... So if we're in the air, it disables it. Okay. So that player movement is done. So now what I also want to do in Tweak is we need to make a player camera. So let's do this real quick. Straighten that out. So the reason we need to make a player camera, and we will find that somewhere in here. This is gonna be awesome. If only I remembered them, man. I remember faces, but I like Larry Da Vinci. Yes, sir, that's a good one. We might have to switch up the music every now and again, too. This is just what I used to jam out to when I was younger playing this. Okay, let's see. Game camera, here we go. So we're gonna put this on here. We'll position it here. We need to organize this a bit. So let's do this. Anything with player movement that isn't jumping is gonna be positioned down at the bottom. Like so. And then we're gonna have the player jump. Let's line all this up top like that. And then adjust player tracking. We want that to be at 0%. Maybe we do kind of like this perspective, almost third person-esque perspective. Not quite, but to Z camera, yes, we do want that. Focus on player, depth of field is fine. We'll keep the zone, no camera shake, local space. I think we do want local space. I think, oh. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's upside down. That is not what we want. How is it upside down? Maybe we don't want that. It's upside down. Okay. Let's literally just try flipping the camera. Stop doing that to me. Okay, let's try. That did not work either. Okay. This camera is upside down. Local space? No. There we go. But now we have a problem. I want it to be local space. Okay, maybe we can squeeze the camera right on top. And then can we trigger local space like that? I'm just being catapulted up in the air right now. There we go. That's working. What's up, Lady T? What's changed? Not a whole lot. We got the player movement working quite nicely now. So now we can kind of walk around and aim the camera. So that works. One thing we should do that I'm thinking of, you know, you can move side to side like this, but we might be able to make it so that when the left joystick is or the right joystick is inactive, we might be able to make it so that the camera or the player rotates as well too, because that is how it acts in Arc Raiders. So in order to do that, we're gonna actually need to make a little bit more logic changes here. So, oops, it's hard to work on a crooked angle, so we can actually have grid snap on right now. That's not a big deal. So let's put this away. We know that we're gonna need another OR gate, okay? And we're gonna increase this one up to 4. Okay, we are gonna need a NOT gate as well. I'm just thinking about this. So we're gonna have 4 inputs, or we're gonna have 2 for each thing. So there we go. And we're gonna need an AND gate. Okay. Now this does look complex, but it's really not. Basically, what we're gonna do is take all of this, actually put it over here so we can see. We're gonna need another OR gate. Okay, so here's how we're gonna build this out. We're gonna say if the left joystick no, we want to reverse this, actually. We want to reverse this. So we want to say if this joystick or this joystick, I think we need one. No, we don't. That's okay. So if that's and the left, none of the left joystick input is being inputted. So we need to say basically if both of them are inactive, left, right, up, and down, them being those two, are inactive. So this one, this, and this. So if these are not active, give me we want a microchip. So we want this. We're gonna want 2 of them. We'll start with the first one. So if this is active, we're gonna put this on here. Okay. Then we're gonna say if the left joystick is active and the other one is not, so now if either one of these are not active and this is, so if this becomes active, play this. And then this is going to be sequenced up with the left joystick. Left and right. Up and down. Okay, so we'll shrink this down. Just like that. Okay, so this might not work because I'm not sure if I plugged it in right. Oops. So now if I use the right... Oh, we got some... we got an issue with the... What do we have an issue with here? I think it's inverted now. So let's figure this out. So... we do have a little bit of mess in the wiring here. I want to bring this... Can we freeze camera? Let's freeze it up here. So that becomes active. This becomes active, but it's not adjusting to where I'm walking. This becomes active, and it starts to spin out. And what is the reason for that? Oops, killed myself. Okay. Okay, this is not... Now it just starts to spin. I'll let up. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's wrong here. Let's unfreeze the camera. We might just have to leave that alone right now. So let's unhook what we did. Let's delete all this real quick. Let's clear this out. This is a lot of inputs to manage. We'll leave this on a microchip right now because that's our normal movement. Let's get back to a point where we have the correct movement. Okay, so we have the correct movement right now. Okay, this is working. Oh, you know what? I know what's wrong here. Okay. So we need to adjust this advanced mover. We actually don't want this. Because that moves like that. We need to turn on local space for it. That's what's causing an issue here. So... local space? Yes. Okay, now it's working properly. Now we're moving in the correct direction. There we go. So now if I face this way, and I push up on the joystick, it goes that way. Before, it would have gone this direction if I pushed up on the joystick. So we got that figured out now. That movement is good. Let's minimize that. So that's all of that. Now we got to do a quick test. So let's grab paint tray material again. We're going to add... let's add some things to jump up on. What's up, Toman? Yes, we got Little Big Planet on here right now, man. Taking a nostalgia trip. Okay, let's see if the jump works now. Oops. I gotta stop doing that. Okay, glitched into it. So what we need to have... okay, this is gonna require a little bit more advanced things, but basically what we have to do is we'll need to create an impact sensor that detects when we've hit a surface. So we're gonna use a tag for that, and we're gonna say closeness, signal strength count, no. We're gonna use impact sensor, and we're gonna say require tag, and then let's see here. Let's make it. Let's make this. Enter new label. We'll call this P underscore. We'll call it landing. If you're wondering what that is, that just means player landing in my book. So P underscore landing. Okay, if this happens, we need to make it so the sequence doesn't continue. The This is actually going to cause a little bit of bugs, but that's okay. Actually, maybe the easiest way to fix this... Thinking. See, there's a lot of problem solving in this. Where's our sequencer? So, what we're going to do... So we're gonna say, need to make it so if you come in contact with this surface, that you don't go through it. Problem solving. This is actually kind of tricky, because what I think you need to do is any surface that I have is gonna have to have an invisible material on it. I want the grid snap off. Okay, so when you activate preview mode, this is actually going to be invisible. So you can't see that. And then what's going to happen is we're going to say, if you impact on our, what was it? It was P underscore landing. Okay, if you impact that, we're gonna go like this. We want this to be 0. We want this to be immediate acceleration. Okay, so if you impact that, it's gonna keep you on that layer. Okay. P landing. Killed myself again. Okay, so if you impact this, it didn't work. Is there a reason why it's not highlighting? Okay, we're not getting a signal. So we need to figure out why that signal is not happening. Include touching, yes. Key landing. Make sure this is labeled properly. Okay, here. Let's open up this sequencer real quick. Can't plug anything into the sequencer, that's okay. We'll leave this alone. So this is kind of tricky, actually. So if you touch a... We might need to change the tag to if you touch a surface above ground level. Oops. Where'd that go? Okay, so what we need to do is we're going to actually shrink this down. We need another one. We need... Let's shrink this down. Grab this real quick. This is gonna reset our counter now. Wii emulator. Okay, so we have this now. We're going to remove this and put this on here. So this should be our back, and this is gonna play no matter what. Okay, this is gonna play no matter what. If you hit X, you're going up no matter what. The only thing that it's gonna check and see is if you are not touching the tag. So we're gonna say this. So for both things have to be true. So if you hit X, it's gonna play, but you can also not be touching RP landing. Quit touching P landing. Okay. So now, if this is not active, it should turn on. So now, oh, that was a mistake. Ignore that. So if you're not touching it, it should jump. We need to do this real quick. We need to extend our length by 2 here. Put this here. Put this here, because basically what that's going to do is that's going to allow the first one to play and then let the other one... Dang it. I keep doing it. Keep doing it. Okay. So you jump, you go down. You jump. Okay, it's not touching it. So we might have to actually give this a small, a larger buffer. So let's slide both of these over to right there. Make sure that feels smooth. For some reason, now the impact sensor is not going off. So let's make sure we do this. Let's see if it goes off when we are here. Oh, you know what? I know why it wasn't doing that. We forgot to turn this back on. So see, now it is touching it. Let's undo real quick. Okay, leave that there. Come up here. There we go. Now it should. Okay, the problem now is that the sequencer is starting when, yes, basically when this becomes active. This is already not active, so this sequencer is starting. So what we need to do is we need to make it so it only starts after this has been triggered. So we actually need to do this. So if this becomes active, trying to think this through a little bit. Hold on. So when that becomes active, when the jump up becomes active, that's not going to work. What am I doing? Okay. We're going to have to put this on a separate thing. So we just need to make sure this only comes on We just need to create a small buffer. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. I just keep killing myself. Okay, so that's a problem too. But the impact sensor is working. So now we just got to figure out how we're going to do this. It's not going to work. Okay, let's make sure we got our jump working again. Okay, that's working again. So again, the problem is we need a delay. I wonder if we use like a little timer. And then when this becomes active, so if this becomes active, we'll give it a certain amount of time to digest if it's been hit. And then if it hasn't been hit, it won't reset. We also want it to reset if it reaches the end. So basically, if you come into contact with a surface that is above you, the timer will reset, or if the timer does reach the end, it will reset. But so if you don't impact the surface, it's going to play this sequence. Let's make sure that logic works. We need to make it a little quicker. What did our time get to? That's the amount of time we need. 0.2. Okay. Then if I come over here and I jump. Okay, we need to make it slightly longer. So let's try 1/3 of a second. Okay, now when you are not. So we need another counter. We're gonna set this to 1, 2. See how this can get so lost in the weeds here? Like, this is insane, the amount of programming you can do. So, if you hit the thing, okay, we're gonna make this counter, okay? This counter is not gonna be connected to that. That's a lie. So, if this counter... So when this becomes not active, we're going to have you do fill 1. So it should be at 1 right now. The only way this resets is if you impact on it. And it's only going to activate 1 time. So let's make sure this works real quick. Okay. So also, we're going to need an OR gate again. So if this becomes active, or this is active, play that 1 time. So let's just reset it here. So now it goes down. wait, we have an issue. Why is this taking longer now? That shouldn't have happened. Okay, now we have an infinite... Okay, I see what's going on here. This is always active. I think we're using the wrong gate here. We need to transfer this over to an AND gate. See, this is gonna always prove to have some sort of challenge, it seems like. Okay. Okay, that worked. Still going down. Okay, we need to buy more time for this. Something is off. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. I don't think I necessarily want this right now. Maybe it's as simple as this. Okay. Maybe we need to extend this just a little bit. Give it a chance to actually impact. What happened to my thingy? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, it worked. We got it. We got it. Okay. Now we just need to say... Look at that. Look at that. Okay, either state can be true. That's not even connected to anything. So why is this in here? That doesn't need to be there. We need a separate one because this is making it always active. So let's delete this. Wait, wrong thing. We do not want to delete that. Did we delete something we needed? Hold on. It's like this whole thing should not be working right now. That's why. Okay. So now it can't be active. Now it is active. Now if we jump and we touch it. And this is the bug. That's the bug. That's the bug right there. And that is a bug. This doesn't look like Arc Raiders. It isn't yet. This is going to be the Little Big Planet version of Arc Raiders. Okay, now we're battling the problem of it always being active. Nope, don't get rid of that. Okay. This needs to be an AND gate. And this. We just created a loop, didn't we? Okay, am I tripping right now? This is, that should be it. I almost killed myself again. So, real quick, Cart, here's what happens. Right now, I'm building out the player controls. So this is the jump right now. And then we need it to play when we need it to go back down when it's not touching something. So in order to do that, so let's make it like this. If you're not touching something, so let's make it like this. If you're not touching something for... Actually, we don't want that to start the timer. Are you gonna publish this on a custom server when it's done? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I'm playing on a PlayStation right now, so I don't know if that's gonna be possible. I would love to do that, but we'll see. So we need to basically break this down into a couple steps. So when it touches the surface, we need to make sure that there is a small buffer that becomes active. So I know what we need to do now. We need a counter. Okay. Once we touch a surface, okay, so once we actually touch one, we're gonna send a signal. That signal is going to trigger... What is this microchip? Anyways, that signal is gonna trigger an event. That event is gonna be basically detecting whether or not we're still on it. So, once you touch this, and this becomes not active. So once you touch this and it becomes not active, we're going to reset it from this. Okay, so I think you can run custom servers on PlayStation Live. Seeing people do it, we might have to try that. We might have to try that when it is done. Okay. So now, once we touch a surface, we want to know if this is on or not, okay? But we also need to make sure that we use an OR gate. One sec, guys. Sorry about that. Got to reset the headset real quick. Hate when that happens. It killed my eardrums too. Sorry about that. Give it just a second. There we go. We should be back. Okay. So the problem is we need to trigger another event of this happening. And the way we're going to do that is by separating the logic. Okay? So now, once we impact something, once we impact the player landing, this becomes active. Now, what's going to end up happening is when we're not touching this, when we're not touching something, this is going to reset. Okay, so let's turn this off again real quick. Okay, I jump, I'm touching it. Okay, I'm not going down anymore. When I stop touching it, that's when I go down. So you'll fall for a second. And we can speed this up now, so we don't have to have all this buffering that happens here. Because this should be instant. This part of it should be instant. If you aren't touching something, you should fall instantly. And then we can also shorten the length on this too. So right here. So now we should have fluid motion. That was very fluid motion. But we should have fluid motion up and down. That's pretty fluid. We can speed that up in just a minute. You're touching it. You're not touching it. You drop. So we should be able to bring this back to here. Because now that the sequencers are broken apart, these should trigger basically at different points. So you're up, and then you're down. Now we are going to add just a little bit of a buffer here, just because I want to make sure that it looks like you're going up some. So let's do this right here. Now it should be very fluid. And down. Okay. We have our jump. That took a minute, but we have our jump. Ooh, we have a bug though, too. Somehow I glitched below. I think it's because I touched it and went off of it. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen when you're playing the game, because if you get stuck under the map, you won't be able to do anything else. So to prevent this, we're going to add a timer in front of this. You know what? We should put all this on another microchip. This is going to clutter up what we have. So let's grab this microchip. Okay. We're going to put all of our player fall and jump. Actually, I should do it like this. Hold on. Yeah, like that. Okay, we're going to put all of that on here. So this is the up. These are both down. Let's bring this up here too, so it's on its own playing field. We'll position that there. There we go. That looks very clean and organized now. That's for if you're standing on something, not just touching something, right? Like if you're touching a wall. No, the wall will not trigger this. So we're going to have to create a separate thing that doesn't allow you to pass through a wall. But that'll be pretty simple to create. That won't be as hard as this. It'll basically be the same kind of concept as this, but a little different. Okay. So let's scoot this up. And this is the microchip we're working in right now. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to create a buffer. We're going to make this count up and count down. So forwards and backwards. Okay. And this is only going to trigger if you are impacting it. If you are on something for, let's just say, a period of 2 seconds, then you're going to fill this up. Okay? So now we should be able to jump all we want. But the moment we impact this and then come down. Okay, but now we're battling the glitch of if you don't have that amount of time. So we need to add just a very quick, very quick. Okay, let's see if I can do it. Ooh, it was close. Okay, we're not glitching through now, though. But it didn't go down. Okay. So we need to just make it so once you impact it, it goes up. And then you can cause that other... Ooh, come here. Once you impact, come off. Impact, come off. Okay, I don't think we're having any issues now. We can normal jump. Normal fall. Ah, okay. I see what caused the glitch. So if you're on this surface and you jump, it takes you back twice. Okay? So what we need to do to fix that is we need to say if our X button is hit or this is not active, we're gonna reset our count, our impact count. Okay? So what this will do is if we reset the impact count when we hit it again, so right now it should be active, but if we hit it again, you should be able to jump. You can still jump now. It's a little buggy, it looks like. So let's see what's going on with the logic real quick. It's a little not as quick feedback as I would like it to be. So you hit this, you hit it again. I think the problem is we're getting too many signals. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get rid of this. I believe this is what we had resetting this. Or no, it was when it was not active. When the impact sensor is not active. So we had it like this. And the glitch that happens, correct, is when we're on this and we jump again. Yes, because it plays twice. Okay. The up is fine, the down is not. So if that is not active, that's not working. No, this is a real PS5. We're playing this on PS5 right now. So it's a real PS5. This is not an emulator. This gave me an idea, actually. Man, give me the control that I need. There we go. Oops. Okay. The sequencers are fine. We don't have to tweak anything in there anymore. So if it's not active, it's going to reset. If you're not touching it, it's going to go down. In order for this to be active, this one cannot be active. Okay. We still have the same bug. Still fall through. Okay. This is puzzling, actually. PS5, yep, PS5, correct. This is actually giving me a good problem solve puzzle. Oops, nope, we don't want to do that. Let's move this to a safer spot. Okay. Okay, the question I have now is why are we're not using an OR gate, because then it's always active. That's why we're not using that. Okay. So, question then becomes, if we can't use an OR gate to say, hey, play this when this happens or this happens, then we need to somehow deactivate this when this is not active, when we are not touching the material. Nope, that's not gonna work. Let's try it and find out, though. For science. I was gonna say I can't move or jump now. Gotta keep bouncing into the air. And okay, here we go. The jump's working properly. We're on the surface. Still phasing through it. Maybe we're looking at this wrong. Maybe we need to not try to deactivate this one, but rather deactivate the other one. So let's do this. So this is just going to allow for the activation to happen. We can still jump. Oh, now we go way down. Okay. Nope, that's not going to work either. Okay. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Promise, we will get there. Okay, let's just make sure we're back to where we are. Jump, jump, jump. Okay. The next thing is, now we need it to, if we're on a surface, to not come down, or to allow us to jump while we're on a surface. So to allow us to jump while we're on a surface, this would need to be active. Whew, this is tricky. This is tricky. So let's think about this. If you're not on the ground, if you're not touching an elevated surface, and you hit X, this is going to play once this is over. So once you hit X, you're going to go up, you're going to come down, it's going to play, or you're going to go up, it's going to send a signal that you're up, then it's going to say come down. So when it comes down, you know what we need to do? We need to send a sensor a signal that this is true. So another counter. We're gonna say if this becomes active, then we're gonna reset this counter with this one. So we're gonna say basically once you if you're coming down. Wait, that's not gonna work. What am I talking about? That's not gonna work. Could we just say if you're touching a surface? Alright. This is challenge. This is challenge. I'm trying to think of how you would do this. You can't use math. It would be very easy with math, but we are not using math. Okay. This might have to be its own logic. So if you're not, if you're touching the surface, this okay. We almost got it. Hold on. We almost got it, I promise. Forwards, backwards. How are we still going down? Into the earth. Is it you? Are you causing this? Jeez, oh, Pete. Okay, we get up here fine, but then once we hit it... Why are we going back twice? Alright, we need to switch up the music here. Let's find some new music. No. Ah, yes. There we go. We don't need it that loud, though. Okay. What happened to my control? There it is. Man, I got this thing all out of whack. Where is it? Okay. I think this is what I meant to do the first time, but I messed it up. So if you're not on a surface, then this needs to reset you. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Dang, my own logic's got me tripping up right now. Okay, let's just make sure this works real quick. I promise we're gonna get back in a groove in a second. Okay, we got the jump. Wow, this is actually tricky. Wait, that's supposed to be a counter, not a timer. Counter. Okay. Then it will be reset by this. That's why that keeps happening. Okay, we're good. And then if we are not touching, reset this. Okay, we got the jump back. We freeze if we're on it. If we jump again, that's where the issue is. Okay, maybe we don't need... There's got to be a way to combine this into one microchip so that it always triggers when you hit it. So if this is not active, then you'll come back down. So we should be able to eliminate... this. But we needed that because you needed to know if you were coming back down. Okay, that's what I thought that did. So we are going to need an AND gate. It's going to have to require 3 inputs. So, you can either... You cannot be on a surface. Or you can be on a surface. That's not what I mean. Cannot be on a surface. And... You must have done this. You must have gone in the air. You must have gone in the air. Okay. So now we have it set to where you cannot be on a surface. You must be in the air. And... Let's see, where's this cord go? That goes to start it. And you must have pressed X. Okay. Tricky. Thanks, Ryan Scott. Okay, so now what we need to figure out is if this is going to be the case, okay? So we need to have the tag say basically need to have an OR gate now. So all of that has to be true. Or this has to be inactive. Okay. So now, can still... Nope, the OR gate does not work. That's correct. I remember now. So you can't be touching. If you are not touching, set this to 1. So if you're not touching, there we go. If you're not touching, this needs to be at 1. Okay, let's walk through this now. So if you hit X, this is going to reset. And then if you're not touching a thing, it's going to fill back up. You touch something, it's going to be filling up. If you hit X, so this isn't going to work, I don't think, but let's make sure. Yeah, I knew that wasn't going to work. And it's because we actually don't want that. We want to say it's not active. I don't know if that's gonna work. This still needs to be. Did we do it? Guys, we did it. We did it. We did it. Okay. Oh no. That was taking a minute. Okay, we also need to make sure that if this is full, this is what's going to reset the counter, not the X button. And the reason for that is when we jump and we hit the button, wait, why didn't it? No, we don't want that to reset it. We want you to reset it every time. Okay, that isn't working exactly. How are we going to reset this? If you do it on the touch of X, you're going to run into that bug where you don't fall. So maybe X is to reset it. Okay. But we are going to need a third one of these now. Actually need a third one. Because we're going to basically come over here and say, if you are in the air, so let's say this. Where's our detection to see if we're in the air? Leave this as our detection to see if we're in the air. If this has been triggered and we are not on the ground, we're going to need a third one. So if this has been triggered and we are not on the ground, we need to play this. So we're good. Bam. We're going through the floor again. Okay, we need to keep this to 2 sequences. So if you hit X, this is going to become active. It's going to reset this. We almost need a counter that says we are in the air. Gosh, this is really complex for just a jump. So let's make sure we're back to normal. Okay, now we need to make it so that when you're not... Yep, we just need to make it so it drops back down. And it drops back down if I don't jump. Okay, but the problem is they both become active. See what I mean? So if I just walk off of this now, it works. But if I jump, they both become active. So what we need to do is we need to make it so... Uh-oh, this isn't coming down now. Jump. There we go. So we need to make this... I'm going to delete the music for now. I need to focus for a minute. Okay. We're going to get this. We're going to get this. I promise. This jump is going to be figured out in just a moment. I kind of have it broken down. So we need a way to detect if we are on a surface, and if we are, we do not want this to play. So, actually, I just lost my train of thought. We needed to add a buffer. That's what we need to do. So we need a timer. So if you are not on a surface, we'll say for half a second. You're not on a surface for half a second. This is going to cause the counts. Okay. So we want this to play forwards and backwards. So basically, if you're not on a surface for a certain period of time, it's going to drop you down. So once you touch it, you hit this, drops you down. Okay, this sequence did not play though. So what I want to do then, let's do this. And then drop this back. Nope, we went too far. That's what I'm worried about. Okay. So we do need to keep this down. So we want to say, what's going to reset this though? Maybe we have a timer. We don't go forwards and backwards. It's just powered. And then what we do is, if this gets ran, reset. Now we've created a loop, which isn't what we want actually. We don't want an endless loop of going back, because this is down, correct? Yes. Uh-oh, who let Preston do programming? Okay, wait, that might work. Yeah, it went into the background there for a second. Oh. We are not going down. Oh no. It was somewhat working. This is just a tricky problem, all right, Neuro? This is just a tricky problem. Tricky problem. Okay, this should always be on. Not the, there we go. Jump's working. It stops when you're on here. It goes down. You jump, though. That's the issue. That's the issue right there. So maybe once you've touched a surface and it becomes... So once you've touched a surface, and you are no longer touching a surface, then play this sequence. So jump, and then you're here. Why won't you go down? Okay. It's because this damn OR gate is always triggered. That's why. Maybe this is the answer now. We have to try. This is a pretty complex problem here. So you go down. That one is not triggering at all. And then why didn't it trigger here? We impacted the surface. This becomes active. Ew. Okay. So once we've impacted a surface and X has not been pressed, come back down. So let's bring this back. Once we've impacted, go behind the map. Cool. Great. That's fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted that to do. Did I plug that into the wrong thing? Is that why? X has not been pressed. Okay. So we want this to trigger if you've touched a surface and you have not touched a surface for, let's just say, 0.5 seconds. I want you to send a quick, you're just going to reset yourself for now. Actually, no, you're not, because I just thought of why that would not be good. So if you touch a surface, just reset yourself. Okay, so we can jump. We can jump. We touch a surface. If we're not touching a surface, jump, jump, not touching a surface. Okay. It's because this is being reset by that and not by this. I hope. It should, in my head, it makes sense, okay? Boom, 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 boom. But then we got an extra one. And what is the reason for that game? Let's watch this logic play out down here. So you're not touching a surface right now. You hit X, you're good. You go here, not touching it, and then you go through again. The problem is we need to make sure that each thing is being reset. Well, first of all, we don't need this piece telling us to trigger this anymore. This will only be triggered by... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's triggering twice. I'm behind the map again. It's gonna be the best jump ever. Yes, it is gonna be the best jump ever. Okay, so we can reset this down to 2. So if X is clicked and that signal from U goes out. So if X is clicked and the signal from U goes out, go down. But again, the issue we run into is you're going to have an extra thing. So we made sure to say if you're not on a surface, you cannot play that one. The question is, this might be resetting too soon. I feel like we're so close yet so far. Okay. So we have that working. This is a timer. Let's have it go forwards and backwards now. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay. In order for that to reset, let's make sure it resets like this. It's gonna be a good jump, I promise. It's gonna be a great jump. Okay, normal is working. Okay, maybe this is what we have to do now. I promise it's gonna work eventually. We don't want it to go forwards and backwards. We just want it to count. If we have it count down, that means that look at that, chat. Look at that. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it, chat. Look at that. Okay, we got it. Now, all we need to do is make sure that we have this. This is going to be called enter new label. We're going to call it just, what's the word I want to use? T underscore ground level. Look at that. Okay. So we'll bring this up. This should not trigger it though. Oh God, stop launching me into the air. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. So now all we need to do is fix this bug now. Basically, if we are in the air, if we're in the air and we jump off of this without touching it again, actually the easiest way to fix that is literally, we don't want to program anything. We just got to make this, no, we do have to program it. Never mind, I lied. T ground level. T stands for terrain, by the way, if you're wondering. Okay. And let's say this. If we're going to need to borrow some of these other, let's make this microchip bigger. So if this become not active, so this should be pretty easy to fix, I hope. So if that and that are not active, which right now this needs to be set yes PT ground level. Okay, we can also take, no, we need that. And we're gonna have it play start and stop. Okay, so, oops, fuck that up. Come here. Wait, dude, you're touching it though. Oh wait, no, we don't want start and stop. I want to start playing forwards. Okay, that'll turn that off. Cool. I don't understand. How are you activating? Okay, let's disable this for a minute. This ain't gonna work. Basically just need to say if neither one of these are active, to drop to the back. We don't want it to reset. It's resetting because of the fact that the battery was plugged into the back of it. So now it should not reset anything. And actually what we're going to do is we're going to use an advanced mover this time. We're going to say, sure, allow pushing, no. We'll set it to 2. And actually what we're going to do is maybe we use a normal mover. Okay, so then we're going to use a timer. And this is going to reset every couple seconds. Not seconds, but about every second that you're not touching one of the two. And we'll have it forwards and backwards. And then this has to be set to rigid body connections, correct? And then we don't want it to reset. So okay, that's weird. It's really weird. Oh, duh, it's not hooked up. That's why. I was like, this should be working. We didn't plug it in. That would probably help. Okay, see, it did it that time. Okay, wait. Does this have another option to put it somewhere else? So what we need to see is, does this have an option to no pushing? Maybe this doesn't reset itself. And then we're going to bring it forward. Wait, what is going on here? Okay. Logic should be working in real time now. Did something happen to my cube? It doesn't seem like it's the right size. Hold on, something happened here. Let's grab another piece of hologram. I think what happened, this is acting wonky because it's supposed to be a thin piece, and somehow it got thick. So let's put this there. Put that there. Okay, it shouldn't be thick now. Okay. So it went off. It went off. That's a good sign. Why is it as soon as I get in? As soon as I get in, it's almost like it's somehow triggering something to happen. Maybe player. Is player collision on? What in the how is that happening? Okay, this is on. How is it? How is this happening? How is this happening? I don't understand. Okay. Make everything visible. Okay, so now it's not touching. And now it doesn't want to do it. Okay. We're going to set this back down to 0 for a minute. We're going to get into it. We got to do this quick. Okay. Now I bring it up. And done. Okay, it stops. It stops. But when I get into it, it says, oh, okay, we're going to take off now. Which is making me unsure what's going on here. So maybe all we need to do is say, hey, advanced mover, I want you to move. Can you move in the negative direction? I don't know if you can. So we want to invert this. And let's just see what happens here. Okay. So what's got to be happening is somehow this is reacting to the player. Which we do not want. Nope. We do not want that. So I wonder if we can limit this to a tag sensor. And we just say closeness, signal strength, count. No. No, 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 no. Okay. That's not gonna work. I want to know why the impacts everything, all players, everything, lead player, everything that eliminates it. So if I go in here, okay, so it should impact. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, somehow my cube has gotten big again. What would the reason for that be? Maybe... Why did my cube get big? You guys see what I mean? Like, so look at the thickness, not the actual size, but the thickness here is much different. Let's try putting the impact sensor on the physical piece of hologram. Okay. And let's go back to our logic for a moment. I don't know if this is going to work or not. We're going to just try it. But I wonder if it's not working because... So both of these have to not be active. And then if they're both not active, grab a timer. Set it to like we'll do 0.5 of a second, half a second. And we'll set it to count down. And what we'll do is instead of countdown, we want it to go forwards and backwards. It'll reset if it hits that. We'll grab this. Okay, we'll reset it. Okay, the sensor is active now. But it becomes active when it touches me. And it became thick again. Okay, what we're gonna do is invert this a little bit. I don't like to do it this way, but we're gonna have to. And the reason I don't like to do it this way is because this is kind of a cheeky way of doing it. And we're gonna say layer range, we'll say 1. And we're gonna say the radius is infinite. And it cannot be active. Okay, you guys see that now? So let's move this real quick. Let's move this. Let's put this on there. We'll have to use just honestly, just a full block. Okay. Tag sensor, we need to... Okay. Tag sensor is active. I jump. What the... Should not always be active is the problem. But right now it is always active. Let's get rid of this bit of logic. This is causing some... Oh, not all of it. What the... Just these pieces. Man, I really thought I was going to make it to the HUD today. So many, that's what she said jokes. Okay, come on. Why is this effing up so badly? Let's grab this. Okay. We're going to grab this. again, because it keeps messing up. I don't know why it keeps getting thicker. I see what you mean, Cart. I see what you mean. Okay, we're gonna move all this over. Let's put the game camera on there. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's slide this back just a little bit and put it on here like that. And let's go ahead and do this. We only want this to be active when you're inside of it. How is it still moving back right now? There's no logic tying it to moving back. Ah, okay. That was the issue. So we do not want to include... And then, okay. That was an issue. I actually now don't believe that the issue is with the programming, but rather... Okay, here we go. So we'll turn this down now. It's okay, it was gonna go back that time because it was glitched. So let's see what happens when I get into it. Oh, sometimes, guys. Do you guys know what the problem is? Do you see it? This is playing because... So look what happens. I figured it out, but that was playing whenever we... So now I should be able to... Okay. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, Pete's. Okay. I know we now have the answer. So we're going to switch this back to T ground level. We're going to grab this. All surfaces are going to be this color. Okay. If... Woo! We figured it out finally. That was not hooked up. So every time sequencers play whenever a player gets close to them, and if you are close to them, they play on command. So now we're glitching through because they are both inactive. We need to add a counter to basically offset this. So and then again, when this is not active, we're going to reset our count. So our pulse is going to reset now. And then we can bring this forward. Okay, let's run a test real quick. And then let's drop it back. So the state is true. I jump. We go down twice. The reason we're going down twice is because these are running at the same time. So let's eliminate this. We got it though. I ate boogers and got sick. Still stuck on the controls a little bit. We're almost moved past this little thing, so let's get rid of this. So this must be active. This cannot be active. And then bam. And we're going to duplicate this now. Reset this. What's going to reset this guy? So right now this should be true. If this runs, we're going to reset this. Okay, bring it forward. Okay, we actually need the impact with this to reset it. So now it should go down. Nope, we need X to reset it. So then it should always be active. Okay, let's get rid of this. I don't like this piece of logic. Basically, what we're going to say is if you have touched the surface, that's good. We should make this a counter. So if you are touching the surface, count down. Or we want you to count up. Okay. Forwards and backwards. So you're touching the surface. If this and this are not active, then you can play this. So we've touched a surface. Or not touching a surface, it counts down. But one of the things we have to consider that... Man, this is tricky. Tricky. This one runs. We need to reset this. Don't like that either. This is a tricky problem. Let's rethink this. Up. We're here. We're not. We're up. Down. Good. So that's the problem right there. We're not going back down. Could just say... Basically... Can avoid using this tag? Maybe. That's the thing. Maybe. Can avoid using that tag. And this is not active. We don't need to multiply those. We can say if this is not active, and X has not been pressed, you may play this. However, if this is active, it's fine. But we're still moving back too far. Why are we moving back so far now? It's not working. Must rethink. it would just be nice. So basically, you're not touching something for so long. Fall down. Okay. So if you're not touching something, if you're not touching the climbable surface and you've touched it for a period of time, go down. Or if this is full, if you have touched a surface and you have not hit X, play the same sequence. So we still go down, no problem. We go up. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. So the correct answer is get rid of this. And let's say, so you have touched a surface. So you have to be touching a surface and you're not touching a surface now. Kill myself. There we go. That's wonderful. So here we go. Here we go. We're on the surface. We're off the surface. We jump. We jump. We're on it. We jump. We're on it. We're not on it. We need to get rid of... What is resetting you? Are you a timer? No, you're a counter. Okay, so this needs to reset. Or maybe it's this. Maybe this needs to reset. Because that is what ultimately controls our movement. So we jump up here. You jump. You've impacted it. You're off of it. You're down. You're up. You're up. You're down. You're down. Guys, we got it. We figured it out. We figured it out, guys. So if I move off of it when I jump, if I'm not touching it right now, let's say, or nope, we don't want to do that. We don't. What we need to do is a fall needs to be basically a consistent... Wait, no, undo. Don't delete that. We actually did fix the initial problem, but created a new problem. This is ridiculous. Okay. Now we can say that all of these things have to be true. And you have to be touching our other sensors. So not P landing, but enter new label, player ground. Okay. So now we have to be touching player ground. Let's make sure the settings are the same. Tag, include rigid body. Tag, include rigid body. Player ground. P landing. So what were we hoping to achieve there? So if you touch the ground, that becomes active. And then you are not touching the ground. And not touching. Let's invert this output. So this should be active now. Then it is going to trigger the event. But we need to make sure that we have this in place. P ground. To counter it. Okay. So now Go back. It doesn't say that we're touching P ground, though. Oh, no, it does. Sorry. So we jump. We jump. We jump up. We're not touching. We're down. We jump and move. That's what we need. Okay. We undid a wire I did not want to undo. Okay. Put this here. Put this over here. So we need to subtract this. We don't want that there. This is going to be active if you're not touching the ground. If this is not active, and then we increase this to 3, that keeps it all on the shelf. You can still jump, kind of. Damn. Get rid of the third input. Thought we had it there for a second. So you're touching the ground, you're good. If you also cannot be touching that and then plug it into the OR gate. Okay. So we're touching the ground, so it shouldn't matter. And then we just need to make it so that this is only going to trigger, we'll say, after 1 second of being in the air, just to test. So we'll reset this by if this event is triggered. And our OR gate. So there. And then we want this to actually not be true. Forwards and backwards. So if you're not on that and you're not touching ground. So now it doesn't get the chance. Now if you jump up here and then go like this, it's going to bring you back down. Now we can speed this up to like let's aim for 0.6. I want to have a pretty responsive time. We're going to have to go a little bit longer. 1 second may be the warm spot, but we want to create as close as we can get. So look at that. Now it brings us down if we're up too high or if we just fall off. We got it. We do have a small glitch that when it touches like that surface, so maybe this comes up to 0.8 of a second. Boom. We're good. We fall. We're good. We're good. It's barely getting there, but we're good. So now this should allow me. We want to detach this real quick. Let's go like this. Put that there. So now we should be theoretically able to go up 2 layers. Without any issues. Oops. We gotta glue these down. Could make them static objects, but... Okay. Killed myself again. Okay. Up. Up. Oops. We messed up. Up. It's gonna go down. Down. Up. Up. We need to make it so there's a little bit of coyote time between the two. So you want the surface to actually be bigger than the platform, but you only want it to be within the area that you're doing this. So I think what's happening here is the down movement. Let's do this. Freeze this. Oop, wrong one. So you go up, you go up. Actually, it seems to be working pretty well. It's just that one bug. But we also don't really need to add. We don't need to go up that high if we don't want to. That works pretty good. So really what we need to do to make multi-surface jumping is allow our player to... Oop. Things are resetting too quickly. So what's triggering this? But what we need to say is if you... I don't want to break anything because it works for one layer, but it's just not working for the next layer. I think if we crank this up to 0.9, we'll have better luck too. Okay, well we got the one layer down. So it's time to move on. Now we need to build the HUD. I was looking at Expedition 33 when I got the game. Talking about Arc Raiders right now. So we've got player movement, we got player control. We can jump up here if we want to. We can turn and shoot. We'll be able to. We can fall down if we're not on an elevated surface. There's not too many elevated surfaces we're going to need to go up, really. So also, I'll show you what this looks like in preview mode. Gosh, I got to stop doing that. So right here, this is what it'll look like in preview mode. All that logic won't be there if we're not touching one of the surfaces. Oops, fell through the map there. That's a bug that's just going to be inherent to the game, but we got it working, so that's all that matters. This needs to be very precise in the sizing when we have a jump, because if you come down and you're not touching it, you'll have an issue. But there we go. So this works. You'll fall if you're not touching it. We got it. Now we need to build the player HUD. And I kind of want to adjust the camera angle. I kind of like the idea of making this just top down and not worrying about what is it called? Local space. I like the idea of this just being like this, like you're running around. I feel like the other one makes you really dizzy if you were to have it that way. So I like this camera position a little better. I think it works a lot nicer. And I think in order to really put emphasis on this, we can just put it on there and it should be good now. It should be directly centered on our character, and that is working. So let's go ahead and straighten this out. Let's grab this. We're moving on to the HUD. So the HUD's going to be pretty interesting. We can delete this down here. The HUD we're going to build out has to fit the actual camera space. So I'm going to put here, let's make this bigger real quick. And then we're also going to enable Poppet controls because we'll be here. We need to create a health bar. Now we're going to want the health bar in Arc Raiders. I believe it's positioned down at the bottom left. And another thing we're going to want to do real quick. We're going to come down here. Not depth of field. No. What if I just want this to be flat? Okay. Well, anyways, let's get to building this HUD. So we're going to start with just a health bar. Maybe we should have the health bar attached to the player. Yeah, we'll do that. Health bar attached to the player so it's easier to see. And it'll always be above the player or behind him. So that'll make my life a little bit easier. Let's turn down the brightness. This is going to have to be this way. We're going to need some room to work with. And let's hide this so we can glue this onto there. Okay. So, HUD now. Oops. Actually, you know what? We can make it on the side of the screen. Yeah, we can make it on the side of the screen. Like it is in Arc Raiders. Yep, we can do it. Okay. So we're going to take some hologram. Let's make our grid size pretty big. This is going to go down here. Okay. So we have, this is a pretty big health bar, but can shrink it down maybe even a little bit more. We're going to make it so the background is see-through like that. And then we're going to shrink this down to small because we're going to grab some counters here. And we're going to make these counters visible. Let's make each thing. We'll make armor 5 for now. We'll do some tests. Actually, we'll do 2 for the first one. Can I increase the size in here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we need to free place this real quick. So from right here. Boom. Boom. Okay. So these are going to start in at 2. This one's going to go to 4. Okay. And this one will go to 6. So this is going to be your armor bar. And basically, we're going to end up needing a micro. We can work over in this space now that we have it positioned properly. We're going to take a couple NOT gates. We're going to need a microchip, actually, before we do anything to break this up evenly. Let's place it right here like that. And actually, we don't want this to be like that. We want to invert these. And invert. So these should be active. Yep. So basically, we're going to create a new new tag. That tag is going to be player damage. And we're going to make this a green color. And we're going to name it... actually, let's make this red. Anything with damage is going to be red. And let's make it enter new label P underscore damage. Okay, cool. P damage. Whenever the player gets damaged, we're going to need a couple AND gates. So this, and then we're going to need 2 NOT gates. Okay. So let's grab these guys, move them down, move them down, move them down. Place this one here. This is going to happen no matter what. Okay. If you take any kind of player damage, it's going to happen. But in order for the second health bar to go down, this one has to not be active. So, well, this isn't health, this is just shield. But that's how that's going to look in game when we make this, okay? So, once the first shield breaks, we'll be able to break the second one. Once the second one breaks, we'll be able to break the third one. And we actually don't need this AND gate. But if we take any kind of player damage, the first one is going to go. And so we can test this out very simply. All we got to do is we're going to make sure this tag sensor is fit to the player. So we want to tie that to the player. And you're only going to want to do logic off of your circuit board if the object is going to be attached to the player at all times, which this one is going to be attached to the player at all times. So if the player takes any damage in that radius at all, we are going to lower the shield. Okay. Now we can have different types of damage too. So that's something we'll talk about. Actually, we should probably do it now. But basically, how this would actually look, we should just do it to be safe. We're going to edit the tag. Let's enter a new label. We'll call this P damage. And we'll do another we'll just call it LIT for light. Okay. So light damage is going to trigger a sequence. So we're going to need a couple chips here, but it's mainly the same concepts, really. So we'll have light, medium, and heavy damage. So we're going to need a couple OR gates. We're going to need 3 spots. Okay. This is going to be for the OR damage, or for the light damage. So we want to plug that into here and here. So basically it says, and actually we don't want to connect this just yet. And the reason is, sorry, that's not right. That's not right. That's not how I want to connect these. Let's get rid of this microchip. So basically, the 3 types of damage are for each health bar. Well, each armor bar. So the 3 types of damage are going to be set to a sequencer. Let's make it this one. Okay. So this is going to be light damage. And you'll see here in a minute. And then we're going to place a battery on here. And the reason we're doing this and I'll explain briefly, is light damage is going to trigger a response, but only if the following criteria is met, and it's only going to trigger it once. Light damage is only going to hit once, right? So it's going to do 1 health bar. LBBP in the big 2025, soon to be 26. Count me in. I love it, Random. Welcome, Random. Sorry, I got lost in the logic here. But we are going to do this. We are going to complete this. This is something I'm really excited about. Actually, talking through a lot of this is pretty fun, and we have a actual devlog coming soon about my true coding experience. And I will be honest, C++, a lot easier to manipulate just because you can use actual math versus this is all pulses, which you can't really track pulses that well. It's a little bit harder to track pulses, but we'll figure it out. We're going to be just fine. And we're going to want this to start playing forward, which is correct. So if you take... Uh-oh, did I lose you guys? I hope we're good. I'm going to make sure real quick. Did I lose you guys? I can't tell. Nah, bro, go ahead and do your thing. I'm rooting for you. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. Is anybody there to tell me? Can you guys hear me right now? Are we still connected? Are we good? It's hard to tell right now. I think we're good. I think we're okay. All right. So now we can test this. So whenever we're going to do a tag on this small block, and we're going to say, we're going to make it red, and we're going to make it damage light, and we're just going to drag this over. Okay, so it's inverted right now. So what we need to do, very simple fix. Just, oh, what? Oh, that kind of sucks. Let's do this real quick. There we go. Now it should be straight. That. That. Okay. So now what should happen is every time, just imagine this is a bullet. Pew! Pew! Oh, it's not working right now. Hold on. It's because... Oh, don't delete it. It's because we need to trigger this to reset. Right. Which it is still currently active. And the reason it's still active is because we need to do this. Let me grab it. We need to do this. We want it to play very quickly. So we want it to play probably like 0.1 seconds per strip. And then now we should be able to go, we get it close enough. So if the player gets hit, okay, the other one's not counting down now. The reason the other one is not counting down is because, do we even have a signal going to it? So let's do this. Let's clean this up a little bit. So let's refill these real quick. Set them both back to 0. Okay. And we need to slide this over because that looks like crap. So let's see what happens here. Signal goes through, goes through, goes through, goes through, Goes through. That is now not active. This needs to be attached to here. And now, bam, 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 bam. There you go. You lost your shield. Who else heard that crazy voice crack? Yeah, man, I've been talking a lot and I'm actually starting to lose it. Is Preston silent for everyone or just me? Am I silent? Uh-oh. That's not good. Let me check. It's possible. I'm not going to say it's just you because it is possible. Let's double check real quick. Okay, you do hear me, Nico? Okay, cuz I was getting kind of scared there. So, this works now. And we're going to need a way to reset it. And the way you're going to reset your shield, I'm only going to make it so you have a light shield in here. And we're going to make this nice deep blue color. And we're going to set this down to infinite because it's not going to matter. And then we're going to name it P shield. So P underscore shield. And that is going to be the only way to reset all of these. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's just duplicate this for testing purposes. Let's make it blue. P shield. Bam. Resets. Now we can drag this up to here. We're going to put this on a separate microchip because I don't want to clog up the base control panel here. And then we're just going to set the true radius of it all, which is going to be 5. Actually, we'll make this a little bigger. We'll make this like, oh, no, we do want it to be 360. We just want it to be, we'll set it to like 10. Because if you use a shield, you don't want it to go without being. So no matter where we're at in the sequence now, if we're there or if we pop a shield, it's going to work. It's going to work. So bam, 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 bam. You get shot a lot. And then you heal. Random donated $10? Thank you, Random. Shout out to Random, everybody. I need to get some stuff set up for that. I appreciate you, Random. You did not have to do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, Random. We're getting there. I'm excited to see this project come to life. Awesome, Random. Thank you so much, dude. All right. So, dub Random, homie. Random, thank you very much. So, we got the shield working. Now we need to get the health working. So, the health can be 1 bar. We do not need multiple bars of health. So, we'll take a counter and we're going to make this one pretty long. Kind of, honestly, that's kind of perfect. And then we're going to make it red. And we're going to make it visible just like that. We're going to invert it. We can actually slide this over now to be here. Just like that. Okay. So now this is where it's going to get tricky. So we're going to group. Let's group it like this. So the shield stuff is going to be on a separate microchip. All the shield stuff. So let's do that. All the damage will be positioned on top. So let's do blue for shield. Red for health. But I think the health bar is white, so we gotta stick. We'll keep it as red in our thing, but it is white in the other one. So we're gonna move this logic over to here. And where's this coming from? This needs to go here too. I want to make it look nice. So let's see, where is this plugged into? It's plugged into that one. And then that one's plugged into this one. Okay. So there we go. Now we're going to position the shield on this side, and we're going to get working on the health. Now the health, we're just going to make it so when your shield runs out, you take damage. Now I know that isn't how it works in the game itself, but that's how we're going to make it work on here. So we need an AND gate. The health bar is going to be pretty simple. So we need an AND gate. And then we're going to say, okay, so this last shield, okay, we're going to put an output for it here so we know, okay? And we're going to say if this is not active and you take damage, we're going to start damaging the player health. So all of our damage sequences are going to be on here, okay? But we already have OR gates in place. So we can put that, just plug that into here. No, we cannot just plug that in there. Because that's the room for extra damage. So what we need to do is we need to take this sequencer, plug it into here, plug it into there. And we're going to color code these. Light damage, we'll make that kind of like a whitish red. Medium damage, we're going to make that kind of like a yellow. And then you're in trouble damage, we're going to make that kind of like a pink. Okay? And then we got our 3 damage types. So now we can name this one. This will be that orange. We're going to say player damage. Did I actually do that? Okay. Player damage. Med. Okay. And then this is going to be that pink color. Player damage. HVY. Okay. So we got player damage mid, player damage heavy, player damage light. All of those are options, and they're each going to trigger a new series of events on these sequencers. Okay, so now here's what's going to happen. Okay, so we are plugged directly into each output. So let's say if you take medium damage, you're going to take 3 bars or 3 hits, basically. Okay? So every time one of these outputs, and we're going to use an OR gate, and we're going to have 3 sets of damage. This one, we're going to have 6 sets of damage. Okay? And every time you get hit by one of these... Okay, let's make this smaller now. You are going to take damage. And we can actually just connect this to all of these. So depending on the damage you take, you are going to take more damage. So if you take medium damage or you take heavy damage, it's all going to play a part on how much damage you take. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Each one of these is going to plug into a OR gate because they are not all going to trigger at the same time. At least that's the hope. If they do, it's an easy fix. We just need to add a little bit of space between them. I'd like for it to kind of piece together all at once, though. And then we're going to plug this into the last input to our shield and health bars. So now, here's what's going to happen. We have our shield. I'm going to put the shield on this side for now so we can see the different types of damage and how much they do. Okay. Let's duplicate this a couple of times. Let's make this tag our orange color and medium damage. Let's make this tag our red color, heavy damage. Sorry. Okay. So you take light damage, it's 1, okay? You take medium damage. We are not getting a very strong output. Why is that? You know what? We are gonna have to extend this quite a bit. Because the reason we are not taking damage, even though we should be. Why are we not taking damage here? So the red works, correct? Yep, the red is working. Wait, why are we resetting? We should not be resetting yet. Did I... You know what I think I did? So... This tag... got switched around somehow. Okay. So let's make sure that works now. Okay. So that is not active. Oh, I know why. Okay. So this needs to reset. You need to reset. You. Okay. Red. Oh, we're still not getting an output here. Okay, so what I don't want to do is make this super finicky. So let's make sure shield reset works. Correct. It does. This output is working. Okay, that did work. Let's make this health bar not active. So that turns on. This needs to be plugged into here. How did we lose that connection? That's what it was. How did we lose that connection? Then let's refill. Let's try the medium damage now. Oh, and you know what too? This needs to be plugged into here. And we need to flip it around. Let's make it straight on. Okay, that's straight on. So let's just make sure all the health bars right now work with the light damage. Okay. There we go. Let's refill this real quick to 0. Okay, that's working. So now the question becomes, if we do medium damage. Okay, that's working now. We just had to space it out. So let's refill this. We don't have heals yet, so we're going to just refill this manually. So let's make sure this actually works. Okay, so what do I think's happening here? Basically, we have it set so... Okay, I know what's going on. We need to take an OR gate. We need to make it, because you got 3 damage outputs and heals. This needs to be plugged into the first armor bar. Just like this. So, increment. Okay. So now, yep, there we go. Now it's working. Now you can take a lot of damage if you are being hit. And let's just heal again real quick with this one. And try this. So that does some good damage. Let's heal this up. We need to make sure the health bar works with the red real quick. So the red's going to do 6 hits of damage. But I knew that wasn't going to work because we have to space this out a little bit more. So let's bring that to there. Basically, each one of these are going to need their own strip. So we need 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's enough. We need to make it just a little longer, though. Just for my OCD. Okay. Okay, so now each strip should get hit. Should take a hit. Okay, you know what? This is weird because we are not using the heavy damage. Oops. The heavy damage is the pink one. I was like, why isn't this working? Yeah, that. Okay, if you get hit by that, you're in trouble. You're in trouble if you take some heavy damage. We got it. Okay. I thought I was going to lose my mind there for a second. I'm like, pretty sure this is programmed correctly. Okay, so this is the heals. We're going to make a health bar heal now. So let's do that. What do we have? Player, enter new, player, health. Okay. The player health is going to be on here as well. And that is going to be the only thing that can possibly reset your health. So we do not need like any kind of OR gate. I'm going to end up spacing these out just a little bit to separate damage from healing. So there's that. This is going to reset it. So theoretically right now, if we take this, yep, our health is reset. So that's our damage logic. That's our player damage logic. That's pretty straightforward, honestly. So what we can do now is we can color code this. We'll make this player damage. So that'll be red. This will be player movement. We'll honestly make this kind of like an orangey yellow. Okay. Now we just have to attach this to here. And the way we're going to do that is actually pretty simple. And it's a little weird looking, but it'll be worth it, I promise. So we're going to take more hologram, attach it. And there should be a way to front view this so you can get really kind of technical with it. Oops, nope, don't do that. You know what I just realized? I should probably save this level in case my game crashes. It shouldn't crash, but you never know in this world. Okay. There should be a way to undo front view. Okay. And now we just got to attach this. So let's go here. Let's get in the layer that we want to manipulate, which is this one right here. Let's go back into front. Oop, nope. Into front view. And we want to position this to be perfect. Then we're going to want to take a follower, position it right there. And it's not going, it's going to be instant. It's not going to cause any kind of issues. It's going to be all layers. And it's going to follow a tag. How do I make it follow a tag? There we go. And then let's undo front preview. And if we go back into here, we know that we have green for P player. Green P player. So this is always going to stay right on that. So now what we can do is we know that's going to stay, but we have a problem. This is not positioned right anymore. So we need to get on here. Where is this camera facing? Perfect. That's what we want. We want to come down here. Oh, wait. Why is that breaking? I want to slide all of this, so maybe what we do is we just position this here for a minute. Come into here. It's because I moved the thing around too much. Okay. Just go like this. I'll make adjustments here in a second. Want it to be kind of low to the screen. So go back in here. Low to the screen. Up here like that. And we should have touch off. There we go. So now this will follow it, and in preview mode. Oh, hold on. In preview mode, that's our HUD right there. So it'll follow us wherever we go. We should try to make it a little lower, I think. I think that's going to help. So let's go in here like this. We don't want to fool around too much with this part of it, but it needs to be nice. Nice and steady. There we go. And then let's position this more so up here. That's perfect. Just put it in preview mode. Yeah, that's really good right there. So that's your HUD. So now we can take damage. That's the light damage. That's the medium damage. Goes through the ground right now, but that should be... what is this damage? I don't know. I think that... Oh, no, that's the light damage. Sorry. So it goes... Let's do this. So we know. Light. Medium, medium, medium was like a orangey color. Pink is the heavy color. Blue is shield. And I'm just color coding this. We're going to have actual items for this. We'll just keep that as white for now. Okay. So now, let's go heal or shield. Let's take medium damage. That is working properly. Red damage. It's light and then heavy. Yeah, okay. So health. There we go. Can still turn and do all of that, so that works. Oh yeah. I wish I could publish this random. I really do. I really do. I don't know if I'm gonna try to. If there's a way, I will. I don't know if there's gonna be a way to because I am on PlayStation, so I have no idea if it's going to be. Also, one thing I just noticed, we have to fix another bug. We just need to turn local space off of this because the camera is not moving anymore. So up should be up, down should be down, side to side should be that. Okay. So we have our health system, we have our damage systems in place, we have our jump systems in place where you can fall and jump and it will take you down if you're in the air too long. So all of that is in place. Heavy damage works. We need to, I think we need to space out the medium damage, but that'll take us 2 seconds. And then we can move on to the next thing. So let's go ahead and reset real quick because we're going to need to fix all of this. All these little bugs that we have. And the spot that we're going to fix is going to be right here. We just need to make these a little bit wider apart. Like these guys. I just don't think the signal is good enough to process kind of what's going on. So let's test that again. Notice there's a small issue with it. See, it's only doing 1 damage there, which leads me to believe that this is what's happening. So the OR gate of 3, if let's see what outputs we have. I just don't know if this is coming in or not. So what we need to do is we need to just go like this. So it looks like it is. Looks like it is. Maybe if we just slow this down a little bit. Let's slow it down just a tad. Yeah, that's working better. The heavy damage still works wonderfully. Or that's the light damage. Heavy damage. Yeah, the heavy damage works wonderful. Let's do this again real quick. Heal. Shield. Okay. So that works wonderful. Now we just need to test medium damage at full health. So that's what's happening. I don't know if you guys caught it. Basically, this is still doing 1 damage for some reason to the first health bar. If you watch the first shield bar, fires off 3 times, but it's not updating. Does it have something to do with the fact that there's... I don't think it does, because it goes over perfectly. So something's coded wrong here, put together wrong. So we can just rewire all of this, if I'm being honest. So heavy damage, medium damage, light damage. Oh, no. That's not what's happening here. You know what's happening? It's this. So we need to unhook these. I figured out the bug. We need to unhook these. We need to put this here. This is the first health bar. Okay, right? So we were having it set to where the tag would trigger the actual damage event, right? But we need the actual sequencers to trigger the damage event on the first health bar. So that is the fix. So let's go ahead and do this. Now if we take medium damage, there it is. We can speed that back up so it doesn't go down so slow. We come in here and we just say 0.1. Let's go ahead and heal real quick, make sure that works. So we'll take medium damage. That's 3 hits. We can lower this back down to 2 now. Let's do that. So it should go into the third health bar. Yep, it did. Let's heal up again real quick. And let's take some heavy damage. Make sure this works. Oh man, that took that. Yeah, that works. I guess between everything, you have 2, 4, 6 hits. So you have 10, 12. So theoretically, you should only be getting hit by that. That's the 1 hit. So heavy damage should only be like, yeah, should only be like that. I left it there a little long. That's why I did that. Okay. Good night, Mama Bear. Good night, or good night, Lady T. So we got it now. We've got the movement. We've got the damage. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. So let's do a quick turn off the preview and save. Let's bring this over here. Okay. Wow. Terrific. So let's position these the way that they need to be from highest to lowest. Like that. And then we can actually just drag them away from here. Because I think we can do... I got time for probably like one more thing to add to this tonight. And that is going to be the weapon wheel. Well, not weapon wheel, but the healing or the item wheel. So the first thing we have to do is I want to rearrange some of this to be a little bit more organized, like that. And we need to basically say if L1 is going to be our weapon wheel, right? Everything else cannot be active. So all of our movement, everything is going to be disabled for a brief moment while you switch. So as long as L1 is not active... Take me back, take me back. So as long as L1 is not active, you can move around. The moment L1 becomes active, you're in a dead stop. So moving... Ooh, wait. You can still move, it looks like. Okay. So what we also need to do then is... Okay, and let's say this real quick. I actually don't think we need this. What we do is we take something that makes it so we cannot move no matter what. And that's going to be this. We'll set this to 0. We'll increase it to 100%. And then if L1 does become active, you will not be able to move no matter what. See, now I'm pushing the right joystick. It doesn't matter. I can rotate all around. And same thing with our rotate button now. We need to just take advanced rotator. And if you press that, I don't want you to move at all. So here we go. You try it. You can try to move after you hit it, but nothing happens. You can try to do both and nothing happens. So the reason this is needed is because now we have to make a wheel. So let's turn on grid snap real quick. Make this square. Turn it off. So let's go over here. Let's do another quick save. And we need to make the wheel. So the wheel. Our wheel is just going to have, we'll say, we'll have 4 options, okay? We'll just figure out the options later. So let's do this. Let's shrink this down to like here. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we need to take. We're gonna just cut. I believe it's in the tools bag. I'm gonna take this, slice and dice. Why not? Okay, never mind. We aren't gonna take that. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. It's not gonna be perfect now, which is a little annoying, but hey, you know what? We're happy. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. So now we just gotta spin this around. We're gonna put it right. Let's back this up. And front preview. They're not on the same layer, so they shouldn't merge together. There. There. And there. And then delete this. We need to just reposition this one just a tad. Right there should be good. Okay, now we got to take all of these. I want it to look... Oops. Didn't grab all of them. I want it to look pretty square. That's pretty good. That'll have to do. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take a piece of hologram. And we're going to glue these things right onto it. But we need to minimize the light that we're doing. We're just going to glue these right on here. So now, it's going to end up happening. Let's create just kind of a, we want like a, we'll make this kind of like a gray blue color. Yeah, like that looks nice. Let's make it 20% or whatever it is. 40% actually looks better. That is not the correct color. Let's do this color. I know the color in the game is not this, but we have to provide some sort of contrast. Like that. And like that. Okay. So how this is going to work, it's basically the same kind of logic as the other things. We're going to want to make sure this is centered, though. So this should move with... Yep, it does. And don't worry, this is going to all be turned off. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we need to add... You know what we need to do? We need to add a little bit of, like... glow. Oops. To the outside of this. So if you hit L1, these are going to go black for now, but we'll make them invisible. Just turn the opacity down. There we go. And then we're going to hollow this out as the best that we can. How's the best way we're going to do this? Honestly, okay, actually this might work. And we're going to make it right there. And we're going to make it white. Okay, we're going to need a couple more of them. Oops, we connected those ones. Now let's position this one. Right there like that. And the goal that we're trying to achieve with this is to create kind of like a subtle little outline of what you're selecting. And I'll show you what I mean here in a second, because you can't directly scale items without causing like a serious lag spike in this, unless you create some sort of course, the one that we don't want. Come on. Come on. Okay, well, we might have to invert this. So let's shrink this down. We'll make it our blue at 40%. And then we're going to hide it for a second. We're going to disconnect that. We're going to go in here onto this one. We'll make it white and increase that to 100%. And then we're going to take our L1 and put it here. And then decrease the opacity when it's off. So we're seeing a little bit of gray right now. That's mainly because of the fact that we have white on the background, okay? So we're going to do this now. We're going to take two direction splitters. We need a microchip first. Okay, so this is going to be our gear control. So we're going to plug the left and right stick, the up and down stick, not that one, this one, into these. The positive is going to highlight that. Is that up and down? Yes. And then the negative will highlight that. And then positive will highlight always to the right and to the left. And we just need to turn off the opacity here. Turn off the opacity here. Now if we enter play mode, we should only, yep, we still have one. Okay. So now, if we hit play, we hit L1. Oh, I connected the wrong, oops, hold on. Left, right, up, down. Oop. Jeez, killed myself again. Isn't it impossible to play online anymore? It is. It is. But now we have this. We have this. We need to straighten out the selections a little bit, but it's roughly there. And then also, let's do this real quick. Let's straighten this out just a tad. Honestly, I'd be fine if it was just like a border thing. So let's do that. Let's just position it around the border. Like so. But yes, you are correct. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Around the border. Just like that. Okay. And then you just around the border. Just like that. And then we need to glue all of this together. And what we should get is a nice little border for all of this. And whatever side we pick, that's the side we're going to get when we program the rest of this. So one thing we have to do is this is only going to become active if L1 is being pressed. So now if I do this, no issues. If I do this, we're good now. There's a part where you can position it kind of like in between, but we're going to just kind of leave it as this. I think this will function properly regardless. So up, down, left, right, movement's good. Okay. Now what we need to do is we want to modify this color. I want it to just be kind of like a almost gray color. So let's go back to white. Let's drop this down to 30. Oops, not that. Let's go to 30. Go to white. 30. Well, white, then 30. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. I like that better. It's a little bit more fitting. Okay. Now. Oh man, this is going to be the tricky part. Okay. So let's just say. Let's just take this for now. Let's do a quick save real quick. So don't lose any of this. Let's just say you wanted to make the player heal themselves. So what we need is inputs. So we have 4 inputs. We're going to have an AND gate for each input. Okay. So AND gate for up, down. Let's do left. Let's bring this down here so it makes more sense. Positive to the right, negative to the left. So this logic that we're putting together now is if one of these are active and we hit X, we're going to trigger a counter for each one. And that counter is just literally going to be 1. Okay. And it's going to go up like this, like this, like this, and like this. We're going to actually increase all of these to 3 because I'm thinking ahead. And the only way you can use these is if the others are not active. So these are going to be our heals, our grenades, everything. So we actually need 3 more inputs for each one. Like that. 3. Right there. Now, why do we need so many? Because for each one of these, the other ones cannot be active. And the reason that we're doing that is because you don't want to be able to start healing. And then, you know, if you're healing, you basically... Hold on, I think I messed up. Okay, let's undo what we just did. Let's just be careful. Ooh, wrong one. Pretty sure we messed this up, so we're just gonna... So this cannot be... Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, let's just redo it like this. We know that L1 has to be pressed for each of these. We know that a directional command has to be pressed for each of these. We know that U cannot be active. You are plugged in, it looks like. And you cannot be active, correct. Okay. Okay, so none of these are active. So why are we not working? Because L1's not pressed. So for now, let's just disable L1 to make sure things are flowing correctly. So now we know that for this one, the other 3 cannot be active. like so. And then we know that for this one, this NOT gate cannot be active. So here we go. So basically, as soon as one of these become active, all the others will be disabled. And ta-da. Okay. So now we're going to start our sequences. We're going to have 1, 2. Actually, we don't. If we're going to do 2 types of grenades, we don't need sequences for them. And actually, we can put L1 back on. I don't think we want sequences for this. Okay. So, we're going to create a new thing to follow the player. This is just going to be basically just a little timer on here. So let's decrease this to 0. Duplicate, even it out. There we go. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to pause it because we don't want it to go. So whenever you start healing or you start applying shields, basically what we'll do is we'll need a destroyer. Gameplay tweaker, nope, 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 nope. Actually, we only need 1 bar for this, too. So we need... Where are you, destroyer? Destroyer. Here we go. Shadinator. Okay. Shardinator, there we go. We just want it to disappear. Disappear, disappear. Okay. And that doesn't really matter. So basically, let's just say this is you're gonna heal every, depending on what it is. Let's grab a timer. You're gonna heal. It's gonna take you 3.5 seconds to apply a shield. It's just gonna be a white bar. We don't need a specific color really, so we'll make it a white bar. Once this bar fills up, it's going to destroy that object. We want this visible. Then we're going to take this. We're going to keep the time the same for each thing. And let's shrink this down real quick. Where is the shrink? There it is. So each one of these. Okay. So this timer is going to go off. We will need to add another AND thing inside of this because you're going to need to have physical heals. But that's okay. We'll fix that when the time comes. We're going to reset this. We're going to cause a sequencer to play. We need a sequencer to play for the heal part of this. And we're literally just going to put the shield on here. And once you apply the shield, it's not going to matter. So let's see. Let's do... Oh, we don't need that. That's not what I'm doing. We want to decrease this to 0.1. And this one can go like this. Leave a little bit of room because we might need to add something later. And we want this one to be present as well. Okay, so those are our tags. Oops, didn't mean to do that. And then we're also going to want to say grab a pulse, and once it reaches the end, reset. And also, this is going to be the reset for the counter for each item that you have. Okay, so theoretically, so that's up and down. So I think up is our shield, down is our health. Oh wait, nope. I don't want that to go yet. I need that for something. I remember what I was going to do with that now. Come here, you. I don't want you to destroy. All of our hard work would be gone. Okay. We're going to capture this object. And then we're going to put it on here as an emitter. Okay, let's see. Emitters should be somewhere. There it is. And we're going to say we want max emitted 1. No. And we just want it to be, let's place it real quick. We want it to be emit once. And we can extend this throughout the whole thing to make sure it plays. Okay, so what that's going to do is it's actually going to position. So let's take just any amount of damage. And if I push up and hit X. Ooh, that's not working. Do I have it set to do that? Or is it left and right? What is this? Oh, duh. No. That's dumb. That's dumb. This needs to admit right here. So that way you know what's happening. And it actually has to admit the object itself. We'll do like right there. And then this one also has to be positioned the exact same. And that should be right there. Lifetime, unlimited. Lifetime, unlimited. And then while this is active, we're just going to basically duplicate this. And this is only going to become active or gates. It's only going to become active when this is active. And then we need an OR gate for this. And we need to say if L1 or these combinations of things are active, disable the other microchip. And then we're going to decrease our movement speed to be really slow while we heal. So that should theoretically work. We'll see what happened to my control. Okay. Okay. Let's check it. Okay, and we healed. There is a slight bug though. I think what we'll do to fix it is pretty simple. You know what? We need to do something else too, real quick, to the item. We don't just want a dissolver. Okay. We're going to swap this out. We're going to put that to 0. We're going to delete this. We're going to go back over to our other items. Destroyer. There we go. Destroy effect. We'll just make it shrink. That might be a nice little graphical thing. And then let's delete this because we don't want to get that confused. Remove. And we actually... Yep, that's correct. Okay. So let's replace this. Okay, good. And let's replace this one. Okay, so our heal should be in place. Now all we gotta do... Let's see. We gotta delete this, actually. I don't like that that's the thing that we have. We'll just say, if you're healing, you'll be able to move at the same speed. So... we need to disable the preview real... Dang it. Come back to me. And let's take a little bit of damage. We took a lot of bit of damage. We're healing. When that goes up, it's might be the down one. It's the one we need. So let's see what's happening here. Is this not triggering all the way? Maybe it's not happening long enough. This is the P shield, yep. You know what, maybe what we need to do is the tag itself. We don't want to have it on this, but maybe we put it on an invisible hologram that emits... Oop, nope. Come back. Once we figure this out. Okay. So maybe we get rid of this tag. Okay. Let's duplicate you and you. And then we're going to make them not visible in play mode. Okay, and we got to lower the opacity. And we're going to capture each one of these. So blue, green, call, oh no, I want to call this health, heal. Okay, and then we're gonna call this one shield. Heal. And blam. Okay. Now we can delete these two. We'll make another emitter on this thing. And this one is the shield, so we're going to put it there. It's literally going to emit. Lifetime, we'll make it 3 seconds. Let's put it here too. This will be our health. That is also going to emit right there. Let's make sure this shield is positioned properly so the player gets the heal. Okay, let's try it. Aha! We did it. So let's take a bunch of damage real quick. Lower the health. The health is full. The shield is full. Okay, that's working. We have a working thing now. So let's do this real quick. We want to make sure that there is no sound effect. We just want it to disappear. And we just want it to disappear. And no sound. No sound. But what we can do is we can actually get a sound effect to let you know that you're healing. Or that you have healed. Nope, let's do like... Man, I don't remember any of this UI. Sure, that sounds kind of healy. And then let's make a health noise. That sounds pretty good. We'll go with that. So let's try that one last time. Oh, Jesus. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go take some damage. And shield. Nothing's working. Okay, there we go. So it kind of works. We'll have to debug some of the things, but that works for the most part. Okay, once I've noticed something, and that is we need to keep this microchip active at all times. So basically, we need to say if that or any of these are active, which we should just combine them all into an OR gate. That's going to be the simplest way. And this will be the last thing we fix here, because this will be a good spot to end. And then let's take this and plug it into here. So that should finish up that sequence, okay? Now we need to say... Ooh. Now we need to say... We need to say neither one of these events can be happening. If you're healing, you're going to be staying still. And we need another NOT gate to say this statement correctly. So basically, now, if... Gosh. Keep getting launched all the way across the map. So now if you enter this state, you can't move until your heal is done. You take damage, and then you pop your shield. You cannot move until your heal is done. You're stationary until your heal is done. So you need to heal and cover. You can't just Obviously, we're going through that right now because we don't have a wall set up. But if you go like this, man, this is awesome. We actually got it working. This is great. So we take damage now. We'll have an icon for shield here soon. But holy crap, is this thing awesome. And let's heal our health. Let's heal our shield. Take some more damage. Let's heal our shield without healing our health. Now let's heal our health. Now, obviously, once the health bar becomes inactive, you'll just be dead. Cool. So I only want to take just enough damage to keep the health bar lower and make sure this works. And so we do have one small issue. This is starting at 0.5. And okay. You know what's happening is we need to hook these things up properly. It needs to be the actual timer themselves and not the counter for the heal portion. So let's do this. So now we should heal perfectly. Oh wait, no, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, I guess we'll have to revert that back and figure that out another time. But I think what's happening is this is getting cut out too soon. But realistically, it shouldn't be. Oh, we need to make sure this resets the timer, though. So damage. Shield. Can't move, can't move, can't move. Shield's good. Health. Can't move, can't move, can't move. Health is good. Wonderful. Okay, and let's go into preview mode for just one more visualization. You can take a lot of damage. You can heal either one first. Boom. And boom. And then we can make improvements so this doesn't stay up while you're doing this later on. So, well, guys, I think this is where we're going to end this one off. I think this was pretty awesome, if I'm being honest. This is a fun little project to work on. We should be able to move. Perfect. But our HUD is coming along. We'll probably be able to do a map soon in the next time we hop on here. I don't know how long it's going to be until we hop on here. But yeah, this is going to wrap this up. I think we've hit kind of the point in the night. Let's go ahead and do this again. This is amazing though. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. Yeah, this is cool. This is going to be an awesome little side project. We can jump and go down properly now. Messed it up there a little bit, but it's a little buggy. It's not perfect, but it does the job. So it's all good. This would have took me 36 hours. Nah, bro. Nah. Let's make sure we do this real quick, though, before I log off. Straighten that out, and then we're going to hit a fresh save. Return to the pod once it goes away. It's saved. Cool. But yeah, guys. Dub stream, thank you, sir. Thank you. So we just did that. If you guys did enjoy this, be sure to give it a thumbs up. It helps me a lot. And if you want to see more stuff like this, let me know. Cause honestly, this was a lot of fun. I had an itch that I needed to scratch about being creative. And we also have like a real devlog coming soon of me learning C++ with a full-time job and how far you can actually get if you are working. I work on average 50 plus hours a week, and that series is coming. And I can't wait to share that with you guys. And I will see you guys in the next stream, which is likely going to be Wednesday. So if you guys, again, did enjoy this, please give it a thumbs up. It means the world to me. It shows me that you're liking what I'm putting out. And again, I just want to thank you all for sitting here watching me play video games. And hopefully, this was entertaining and fun. But I will see y'all in the next one. Peace out, everybody.